also attending to this call, Mr. Diptayan Sahum. We have also Partha Protim Malik, and from Europe, also supporting us from a technical standpoint, Philippe Martin. Last but not the least, we have based in Japan our regional market manager, which is Tsukada Masashi, and who also will help me in case there are any issues. So we have a complete 1 hour, which is long, and I wish I could share the floor with you, because I think it will be much more interesting to have some kind of dialogues. However, I will really do my best to make sure that we can share with you the more information we can, and really try to set a very correct picture of what a company such Solvay can offer to you. Which is the reason why, as you can see on the agenda, I will try first to spend some time introducing our company, and then I will really try to show that we try to do and to be more than just a material supplier. So I will really present the fact that we have some kind of services we can give to you to support the adoption of the polymers in case you are more a metal-oriented company so far. Then we will really spend some time in presenting what I call the traditional application that has been developed for the PEX pipe system. And here I want to make the things very clear. I know that the PEX pipe system is not the system that has been heavily adopted in India, but I think it makes sense to introduce to you because it shows where we come from. It shows, I would say, the track record we have been able to produce. And so it also explains why we have a lot of experience in this metal replacement in plumbing, heating, and sanitary. And then, of course, we will move to what I think to be, I hope, of your interest, which is the new developments, the concepts, the first, let's say, prototypes that we have developed to really answer the Indian special needs. So what I want to say is that after having developed some solutions that were addressed to the Western countries, we are really trying, thanks to the local team, to go into deep dive, as we are used to say, to really enter to your market and understand better what you need and what we can try to do for you. Last, I hope that, as I said, thanks to the moderator, we will be able to go to some kind of a question and answer session. So if I had to introduce Solvay, I would indicate that it's quite an old company, over 160 years. It's originally a European-based company with a headquarters still in Belgium, Brussels, which is the reason why I myself am based in Brussels. But at the end of the day, it's not because you are an old company that you are well known all over the world. So I think it makes sense to quickly present it to you. Just keep in mind that we are a company really very technical oriented. That's part of our DNA. We are quite a significant corporation with 10 billion euros revenue. And as you can see on the bottom, and these are slides that will be shared with you, so you can take the notes you want. We are basically a profitable company. We have quite a number of players, over 20,000 people. And what is more interesting, and I will come back on details on that, we are present in 64 countries, and we have quite a number of plants all over the world. This is, I would say, already more into the details, what is part of our global business units. We are the leader in the specialty polymer. And by specialty polymer, I hope that you can see that on the screen. It means that the material we have developed, the material we produce and we sell, are really all on the very top of the pyramid. So don't get confused. There is absolutely no arrogance talking about the essentials. So the materials such as the PVC, the polyolefin, which are very good materials. We have produced them for many years. It's just that the choice of the strategy of our company was to really try to focus on the more engineered of these polymers, making sure that we try to really develop the most of the mechanical and the chemical properties. And I hope it's not too small. You can see, I would say, on the bottom and on the right side of my screen, that not only we try to offer materials with high performance, but we also try to combine them. So the more we will go up into the pyramid, the more we will have materials that will be able to offer all together, obviously weight reduction compared to the metal, but also in some case fire resistance. You may know that we have some materials which are flying on various planes. Obviously, mechanical performance. We will come back into the details. Chemical resistance, which is definitely one of the key property that we have associated to the polymer we have developed. Very important, of course, for the plumbing, heating, and sanitary. And last but not the least, we have materials that can have a behavior which is going to remain really good, whatever is the temperature range. So from the very low temperatures to, in some case, quite high ones. And thanks to the fluorinated family of the polymers we offer, in many cases, we also have some surface properties, such as the low surface tension that can be associated to these materials. Talking about the GBU we belong to, so the one called Solvay Specialty Polymer, it's a significant part of the Solvay Corporation because, as you can see, on the 10 billion euros revenue, our GBU produce almost 2 billions. And what I think to be more interesting for you to know is that, as I said, we are really a global company with a complete international footprint, quite balanced. If you look at the sales we do in America, in Europe, and in Asia. And what I think is more interesting is that it's not only about the sales, it's also about the production, of course, and it's also about the R&D. And talking about India, I think it's interesting for you to know that Solvay is established in India already since 2005, so 15 years. We have a very important plant in Panoli, which is in the region of Gujarat, and which is producing two of our materials, PESU, under the brand name of Veradel, and ketones. And we have a few hundred people working there, of course, but we also have R&D. And what I mean is that, so it's not just about having the sales and the production, but we really try to have a very strong connections with the country we are in and to take advantage of the very high quality of the education. If I move to the next slide, and then we can really go to the plumbing, heating, and sanitary, just keep in mind that even if today we are going to talk about that particular topic, we are active, or the polymer we produce are used in quite a number of activities. And you can see that we go from aerospace to healthcare, including, so of course, the consumer and construction, which is about 10% of the global revenue of our global business unit. This is something that is quite original. This is the name, but also the chemical families that represents our materials. And once again, you will see that there is quite a number of them, and we will come more into the details during the presentation. But in bold are the brand names of these materials that you will obviously see on the various slides. Very last introduction slide. As I said at the very beginning, we do our best to be more than just a material supplier. And it means that we really spend a lot of efforts in helping our customer to adopt the material. So it means that, for instance, we have a very strong R&D and technical support. We give access to the customers to some prototypes. We go to help them when they initiate the very first molding, for instance. So we have quite a number of tools you can see on the bottom of my screen. And these are really things that we are happy to share with our customers. Now we can enter to what I hope to be of your interest, which is where basically and why have our materials been adopted to replace the metal. And so today we will really focus on the blue part of this presentation, which is the one that has to do with the water management system. Just for your information, keep in mind that by construction, we also have a few other segments. One of them is the high performance protection, so basically coatings that can be applied on a number of surfaces, and everything that has to do with energy management solutions, which is, for instance, metal replacement in compressor. So this is certainly small, but once again, you will have it in the presentation that will be given to you. What I wanted to show with this slide is that when we try to segment basically the main applications our polymers are going to be adopted by our customers, they have the choice within quite a number of our materials. In blue are the ones which are used, I would say, daily, on a daily basis. In orange are the ones that are in some case developed to offer some extra performance. And this slide can be read, I would say, in two ways. On one hand, we can say, oh, there is a large number of material that can be used for a similar application, which is good because this is really what is original in our positioning. We are the only company to offer such a broad portfolio, meaning that we don't oblige any of our customers to go to the only material we produce, but we can really spend time analyzing with them which are the needs, which are the properties we offer, and make sure that they will be a good fit. But on the other hand, as you can imagine, it's creating some confusion. If you just go to the customer and say, oh, I'm sure that you will find what you're looking for, because look at the portfolio we have. They are going in many cases be lost. So a significant part of our added value consists in really checking that not only in the segment we have the material that could let's say, answer your questions, but really helping you to select the one you need. And we will see during the presentation that in some case, we can select different kind of materials, including different kind of prices. And we can decide that, for instance, according to the durability, which is going to be expected. Now, if I try to move to the materials by themselves, I hope that you're surprised to see the picture of fitting, which is used to be made of metal, brass, copper, stainless steel in some case, and that for more than 25 years, we are helping the customers to produce based on either PPSU, which is a sulfone material, either different kind of other sulfones. So we have the UDEL PSU or a modified PPSU that has been adopted for that particular device as well. And in some case, a fluorinated polymer, PVDF, for the ones who are maybe more familiar with, which is called SOLEF. These are materials that can be injected molded. And so, of course, the main interest of using plastic instead of metal for this kind of application is that not only you are going to obtain very significant cost reduction, but you are going to have something which is going to offer a very good corrosion resistance. So it means that there will be no change in time with this kind of device. Of course, they will be made of materials which are all drinking water approved. And at the very end of my presentation, you will see the list of the various international standards our materials comply with. But here, what I just wanted to show is that for a very demanding device, a fitting, which is going to be behind the wall, which is going to be expected to last 25, 30, in some case, more than 40 years, you can replace the metal with a plastic and have something which is going to really offer the whole mechanical performance and corrosion resistance that you need. That was, I would say, the very original design that has been adopted by our customers, and some of them really have in their range exactly the same kind of fitting in various diameters or shapes based on metal and based on plastic. In a second step, some of our customers have seen that they could take advantage of the various materials we have to try to give even more added value. And so you can recognize here, in fact, a sleeve, which instead of being based on metal, is going to be based in that case only on one of the material we offer, the so-called SOLEF PVDF, which is a fluorinated polymer that offers especially very good anti-wear performance and that will present some mechanical behavior that will allow to have a high elongation during the installation. And right after it has been installed, a very fast relaxation. So this sliding sleeve is going to be used to move along the pipe and to come and press the fitting. In that case, the body is based on PPSU, so the sulfone I was mentioning a bit before, and that the combination and the choice of these two materials, which is going to give access to a complete system, which is going to be very competitive regarding its price, and which is going to be absolutely durable. In a third step, some of our customers have decided to, once again, take advantage of the complete portfolio of materials we have to say, well, as we can really try to produce parts based on quite a number of materials, some of them being transparent, some of them having some very special, I would say, mechanical performance, they have decided to go to a very complex design for the so-called push-fit fitting, which is a system that has been quite nicely adopted, especially in the US, because by push-fit, we mean a material where you don't really need the tool to install it, but which is going to be very convenient for the do-it-yourself. So whenever you want to build your own house and you don't intend to invest heavily in tools you will use only once, you are basically ready to purchase the item at a higher price. And as you can see, it's quite complex items with plenty of different kind of parts, and quite a number of them can be made of the various materials we offer. These three, I would say, fittings have been the very first step of our business development in plumbing, and it has helped, I would say, our materials to really establish a very strong reputation in the metal replacement for the very demanding sector, which is the plumbing, where the drinking water approvals is needed. In a second step, and as you can see here, I put it in red as a new development. Based on this experience, we have said, okay, there is maybe more we can have access to. There are maybe even more demanding segments or application where we can try to have to do something. So just as an example of them, we have what is called the wall-mounted fitting, which is the terminal fitting, which is going to be applied on the wall. That doesn't sound very different from the previous ones, but in fact, because it's going to be in contact with very aggressive chemicals, such as, polyurethane foam for the insulation or paint, because you need to have something with a very strong mechanical performance to be attached on the wall and not to move, because it's a threaded fitting. It's very demanding, and so we have been obliged to develop very high performance solution only to target this particular design. The next one, I hope, is going to be of very strong interest for you, because this is really something that we have decided to develop after having, I would say, understood that there was a special need in India. Here, we are no longer talking about the PEX pipe system, but we are really talking about the PPR or the CPVC system, where it is very common to have a fitting which is going to be welded on one side, and on the other side you have a metal insert which is used for the threaded part. As you can see on the screen, the whole purpose was for us to offer a material that can be used to replace the metal. And by doing that, the goal is very simple. By injecting molding the insert instead of purchasing a metal externally, one same company can produce the whole fitting by itself. So it's a 100% house-made material. It will be a 100% plastic one made of two things. Some of our materials here, we have a selection of 4 of them, which are going to be used for the insert. Meanwhile, of course, the PPR of the CPVC is going to be kept for the overmolding. And obviously, the second main goal of this metal replacement is a very strong cost reduction. To give an order of magnitude, here, by replacing the metal with especially our Ryton PPS, we can have, for the cost of the single unit by itself, half the price. Of course, when you want to replace metal by plastic, by polymer, you need to make sure that the expected performance is going to be there. And that's the reason why. And of course, we have much more information that will be shared with you afterwards if you come back to us and ask for technical information. But you basically can see that we have done some ranking of the materials, beginning with the brass, which is the incumbent material we want to replace, and checking based on our various materials, what are going to be the performance. Here, just as an example, I took the one of the burst pressure, and you can see that the materials we offer are doing even more than just doing well. They can really replace metal, offering some extra performance in addition of the cost reduction. If I pursue, I would say the overview of the material that or the applications that our customers have decided to develop based on our materials. After having, I would say, heavily invested in devices behind the wall, which, as I said, are the more demanding because nobody wants to need to have access to an existing item behind the wall to fix it because it will be very expensive as a maintenance. They basically have said, okay, in some case, it makes sense to replace the metal with some polymers, even if it's a bit less demanding device. And this is, for instance, what has been done with manifolds, which is a different kind of valve, if I can say, which is going to be used in many cases for the heating system, and that you can have an easier access to compared to the behind the wall fitting. Another illustration of what has been done, which is no longer a new development, I should have corrected, it's something which is already on the field. It's a dirt separator. So it's a valve which has been developed by some customers. And as you can see, in some case, what is smart, if I can say, is a combination of metal, of plastic, in that case, it's a Namodel PPA, with some metal part which is kept, making sure that the customer can, I would say, take advantage of the best of the two worlds. Next slide is something which is very different, which is becoming very popular, especially in Asia. Here we are talking about the faucet cartridge. So it has to do with the faucet, but it's not the faucet itself. We really are active in the part which I hope you can see is going to be introduced inside of the faucet to help moderating the flow, the cold water, the hot water, and making sure that you will keep the pressure. It's quite a technical device. As you can see, once again, there is a number of materials from our portfolio that can be kept. And here, what is interesting is that according to the durability you are expecting, you can decide to go, for instance, to sulfone material such as UDEL, which is going to give you access to a cartridge that may last for 10 years, 15 years. On the other hand, if you are, in that case, I would say a lower end player and you are more interested in having something which is going, for instance, to last for 5 years only, then you can go to the bottom of our pyramid and still find very high quality materials, which are going to be much more affordable, but which are not going to give you access to the same kind of duration. So what I want to say is that thanks to this portfolio, you can basically decide where you want to go and how long you can keep your material on the field. As you can see, whenever I present something, you have a few information regarding basically the reason why this material has been adopted, in addition of the fact that it is drinking water approved or of the cost reduction. We try to indicate quickly the main mechanical or chemical performance which are associated to the choice. Here is something which I find very interesting because it's also something that we are pushing right now in India. It's a water meter. So I guess that you are all familiar with this kind of device that which purpose is to do the measurement of the consumption of the water to allow the invoicement behind. And as you can see, more and more, these items are where the body was used to be based on brass, are now based on various of the polymers. The main reason being that, once again, it's going to be cheaper, but also you are going to be able to propose something with very thin walls, with a much more complex design, which is going to fit with one very key property that has been developed recently for the water meters, which is the fact that they become smart, meaning that there is more and more electronic which is embarked in them. They need to be able to communicate, to send data, in some case to do much more than just the measurement. And so you need to have something which is going to offer the diversity in the design, and plastic is definitely a very good material of choice. Another device that we are currently developing a lot, and which I love, I must say, is this ball. So you can see that this ball, which is a stop valve, it can be used in many kind of, let's say, devices. Here I have chosen one of the more sophisticated, which is the automatic stop valve, which are developed right now to prevent the water leakage. But what is interesting is that this kind of ball, they have to work. And in many cases, they are made of metal. It's quite an expensive device to do because you need to really have a mirror polished surface, because you need to have this ball which is going to be able to move, even if it has to move only once every 3 years, once every 5 years. When you do it based on polyphenol sulfone, you have something which is going to really offer the perfect surface, just like metal, and which is obviously not going to be corroded. And so that's the reason why it is more and more adopted to replace metal, as I said, in different kind of valves, some of them being much less sophisticated than this one. Here is something just to illustrate the fact that you can replace brass by one of the materials we offer, whatever is basically the application you target. So here we are talking about balancing valve, which are more to do with heating. That is also the case of the next slide. And I know that heating is not really, I would say, the very strong topic of interest in India, given your climate. But if it works for this kind of, let's say, systems, it means that you have, in many cases, things where metal was used that can be replaced by the performant plastics. Next one is something which I find very interesting. In that case, it is associated to the heating, but it could be associated to many more. We are talking about filtration cartridge. So it's anti-scale. It's, in that case, some kind of gravitation system where you replace, in fact, and for the very last version of that, we have some American company that are using Omnix, in that case, 100% to do the whole body of a device which is going to be used to make sure that the water which is going to be consumed in the system is going to be cleaned to prevent any damage of the devices behind. Another of the application we have, which I hope to be original, is in shower heads. So in shower heads, in many cases, you need to have some temperature resistance. And this is something that you can have access to, for instance, thanks to our Amodel PPA. And in that particular case, because of the plating that was necessary, there was even some kind of combination with a model and some ABS that has been used to offer the expected adhesion with the plating. So basically, by presenting all this kind of information, what I just wanted to indicate is that, as you can see, there are multiple devices where plastic can be used to replace metal, because plastic can be of very high quality. You can really associate high performance, durability, in addition of the all, no contamination, no heavy metals, so the perfect healthy part of the drinking water system by using materials, as long as you work with the right partner and you can select the material that fits the best with your needs. This is, I guess, one of my final slides regarding the application. This is a solar thermal boiler. So it looks like, I would say, a solar panel, but it's not. It's something which I guess you are familiar with as plumbers, which is used to produce the hot water you need for the sanitary. And here, what is interesting is that, okay, you have different kind of device. And as I said, this is really not a photovoltaic panel. But what I wanted to show is basically this part. When you break down, when you tear down, I would say, this kind of panel, you see that there is quite a number of layers. And with some partner, we are currently working in replacing each of the part we can. And the very first that has been replaced, which is a very significant one, is the water tank. So as you can see here, we have a device which is a few kilograms heavy, where metal has been replaced by one of our polymer, the so-called Radel PPSU, because this is basically the only material that could be used and that could offer the all expected mechanical performance. And we can see that when we try to compare the material one-to-one, especially when you compare it to metal, we can see which are basically the advantages of using one of this material versus the incumbent. Once again, this information will be shared with you, but I just wanted to take advantage of this presentation to hopefully convince you that it's worth to try polymers. It's something which is really, I would say, it works, and we have a lot of evidence and data to give you, I would say, the warranty and the convictions you need to think about replacing metal by some of them. Here I have indicated, so in blue are the all materials we offer. You can recognize many of the polymers you are already familiar with. And I just wanted to show that basically how they are positioned one to the other. So you can see that we are always pushing to have the material we develop to be on the very top and on the very right regarding, in that case, the chemical resistance and the temperature. So once again, you will have these slides, and so should you want to have a different discussion, my colleagues, which are able to join me afterwards during this presentation, could give you more technical information. Here is one of the last tools I wanted to share with you. You see that, once again, when it's about choosing the material, we need, of course, to take some criteria. And one of them is going to be, for instance, for the particular plumbing, heating, and sanitary, okay, has the material to resist to hot temperature, to very high temperature, basically steam, or on the other hand, can we fit with something which is going to be much cold, such as, for instance, the cold water for the water meters. And once again, this is part of the tools we use and we share with our customer to make sure that we know which material to target. And once again, we also use this kind of spiders to basically understand what is the footprint, which is the reflect of your need, and then which is the family of materials we have that cover them the best. And then, of course, we move forward the selection of the grade. And once again, we give you the whole support you need to make sure you can use them. These are my very last slides. As I said, especially when it has to do with plumbing for the drinking water, it is absolutely mandatory to have the all approvals to make sure that the material can be adopted by the customers and the end user. And so for each of the family of the material we have quickly discussed, you can see that we have the NSF 61, which is the US standard, but basically adopted as the international one. We have German, very important for the all European market standards, which are called KTW and W270 DVGW. These ones are currently merging. And so, of course, our material keeps complying with the new version of the standards. ACS is the French standard. So whenever you want to access to the French market, you need to have them. Finally, brass is the same, but for UK. And as I said, we have, I would say, for each of the family of the materials we offer, the all agreement we need. And maybe just to explain the color code, in red are the material that comply with the hot water. In blue, it's when they comply, or in green, sorry, with the warm water. And finally, in blue, it has to do for the cold water. So what we just wanted to show is that in some case, a material can comply with the all temperature range. In some case, they are going to be a bit more restricted, but of course, it has to do with the final application. That's basically what I wanted to share with you. I hope that it was not too long, but it was still giving you the overview you need to see what polymer can do. And as I said at the very beginning of my presentation, first of all, it's really a pleasure to give this presentation to you. I hope that it has given you some appetite to ask more. And we have a booth on the virtual exhibition. Feel free to come to visit it. We have our team with Diptayan, with Partha, which is going to make sure that they will collect your questions. And so in case you can send us any request, we'll be happy to answer to you. So this is, I would say, for my part. I don't know exactly now how we can try to move to the next step. Have we been able to collect some information, some requests?
Thank you, Philip, for a very learning and informative presentation, and so many applications which are new regarding metal to polymer replacements. With regards to question, I'm on the platform, but till now we haven't received any questions as such. I'm waiting for the questions. So if anybody from the audience and want to ask some questions, we'll be happy to attend it.
Okay, maybe just a very logistic question. Do you still have my presentation on the screen or no longer?
No, no longer.
Okay.
Like I can see.
I think because as I have indicated at the very beginning of the presentation, I'm more in charge of the business development. So my goal was really to show to the audience today that there is experience in replacing metal with polymers in plumbing, heating, and sanitary. But I was really a bit short in the technical presentation. So meanwhile, you try to collect some information. Maybe Partha or Philippe Martin, if you are online, you can maybe give some more information regarding how our materials compare one to the other, or how do they compete with metal from a mechanical or from a chemical standpoint?
Yes, thank you, PJ. I would say it's not an easy question to make a general comparison. It would be easier, I would say, to more target a special application. Of course, there is general feature that we can handle with high performance polymer like corrosion resistance, no lead inside, or okay, you can expect also to have more flexibility regarding to the design due to the injection molding process that is easier and give you more flexibility compared to the classical forming technology that are classically used for metal. I would say that's the main advantage that we can have, and after that, from case to case, based on special case.
Maybe what I think is that maybe we can focus on the metal insert replacement, which is something which is currently nicely progressing in India. And because you can really illustrate all what has been done in addition of just, as I said, supplying the raw material. Maybe you can explain how we can help in the molding, in the design of the
what
device.
has been done on this topic is we really focus on two things. First, to have a look to the design of the insert, just to better understand how what could be the size of the groove that could be suitable for plastic, because one of the key points in this case is that switching from a metal insert to a plastic insert, you change significantly the thermal exchange during the overmolding process, meaning that I would say the processing conditions that are used for metal insert need to be somehow adapted when you use a plastic insert. So we work a lot to optimize those conditions, to optimize the design of the groove, and at the end we succeed in reaching the same level of performance than a metal insert in terms of assembly torque, in terms of pressure resistance, short term, long term, in terms of burst pressure. And okay, we have data that can be shared with the customer on this. And of course, we can help the customer with their own design to have at the end a quite performant assembly.
And here maybe we can once again use this example to illustrate what has been done, I would say, downhill or upstream or downstream, because we have in our lab the capability to mold some of the inserts. It means that we can supply you with some plastic parts that really are very similar to the metal inserts we are used to consume. But we also can supply you with some overmolded. So just to make sure that you can do your own measurement and check that it's something which is absolutely, with expected étanchéity or adhesion. And finally, and this is also something you have spent a lot of time, we can help for the overmolding, I would say, guiding, because of course, as you mentioned, because it's a non-conductive material, the behavior being different, the way the overmolding is going to be done needs to be really adapted. So here, if I try to summarize, we can not only send, of course, the material to be injected, but we can send injected items to give, I would say, the prototype of what it should look like. We can give the next step, which is the overmolded complete fitting, including the insert, and of course, the old data that has been generated to show the relative performance of each of the devices. So this is for the insert. I don't know, Diptayan, if you have collected some question.
Actually, this is for the first time, maybe because so right now, till now, I have not received question, but the organization has said he will be collecting the questions and sending it to us. So
Okay.
till now, on screen, live screen, I cannot see any question till now. So
Okay.
maybe people are checking the way to how to question it, or maybe because it is also for them also, it is for the first time. Just to add to you and Philip Martin, like myself and our technical team from India, Partha Malik is available for any type of technical support over here, and we also help the customers through the simulation test runs from our China or our labs, so that the molding is checked before you actually cut the mold. The design can be checked in terms of all parameters based on the simulation run. Then finally, the mold can be cut, so that one can be much more accurate. So all types of these types of support can be given locally. Myself is available, and Partha Malik from technical side, we can together help you to develop new generation polymeric fittings, probably for specifically to in Indian context, where we are gradually growing to new type of concepts which are already in the western part. So we are always available for any type of support.
Yes, and thanks a lot, Diptayan, for indicating, because this is absolutely true. We have a local team, and we really want to make sure that we dedicate the whole support and effort we can to develop this particular region. Maybe just coming back on the product families, there was one thing I was certainly very quick in the overview, which is the fact that, of course, we have, I would say, pure materials, and in some case we also have materials which are glass fiber filled to offer some additional performance. So as you can see here, you have the various families and the names of the materials, but also the chemical family they belong to. And for some of them, they can be reinforced, including with long glass fiber, which is something that can be of very strong interest in our field, because it gives access, I would say, to even better mechanical performance. Maybe if I try just to, and this is maybe something where you, Partha or Phil, you can comment on some other families of performance our material give access to, or
yes, I would say as you present, we are focused on high performance polymer, not only thermoplastic but also elastomer. When we speak about high performance, it's over the performance of course, commodity polymer, but even over the performance of engineering polymer like PA6, PA66, for example, and the attributes which are targeted in those for those material are really high mechanical requirement. A lot of very outstanding chemical resistance and also the thermal resistance, which should be that that when needed, when high thermal resistance is needed as well.
okay. What I can maybe indicate is that, of course, as I said, these materials are drinking water approved, but it also means that they are food contact approved. So in a different kind of family of needs, we have also a very strong, I would say, business in all the items that can be used for cooking devices, for kitchen utensil. So today, of course, we took advantage of the Plumb Skill exhibition to really focus on that particular topic. But as I have presented it into this slide, we are active in many more activities. And so should you have questions or interest in something different, feel absolutely free to come to us, even if it's not our team that can take care of your need. We will be very happy to hand it over to some of our colleagues and make sure that you can take advantage of using the materials wherever you need. From my side, I think that we have really covered, I would say, the topic. I don't know how it works with the organization, because I certainly don't want to spoil the time of whoever. As we said, and maybe I don't know, Diptayan, if you can give some more details regarding the virtual booth we have. Is there any process to, I don't know, to maybe try to schedule some one-to-one discussions with visitors? Or
Yeah, thanks, Philip. We have a virtual booth present in the exhibition, wherein myself, like, will be logged in there and will be available for any questions. I think there is a chat box where you can chat in. So whenever you feel you can visit our booth, you're most welcome to visit our booth and have as many questions as you can, and we'll try to answer as much as we can. So our technical team will also be there on and off, logged in to the system, but definitely I will be there to collect most of the questions, and we will try to revert as soon as possible to all your questions or queries. And you can also exchange the cards over there, and I will also exchange my card on this there, so you have the contacts. And whatever queries may be related, mostly related to plumbing, or if you have any other queries related to our specialty polymer plastics, we are will happy to answer you. So I would take this opportunity to thank the organization, FICI, for organizing such a webinar, and thanks Philip and the entire team for being present for this particular webinar and sharing such informative information regarding to plumbing metal to polymer transformation. And uh, and not but definitely big thanks to all our attendees or the visitors who have joined or logged in for this webinar and patiently have heard to entire presentation. So we welcome you to ask questions, maybe through our booth or through the other format that FICI has provided. So we'll be happy to answer you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanji, and I will thank you all for this webinar. It's a very useful one for the plumbers and the community. Now, what we will do, we will share this recording with our partners, and we will run this recording on the centers where physically plumbers are located.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this recording will go and I think will be attended by our 10,000 plumbers all across India. So they will see now whatever was just told and would be useful for them. Yes.
Okay, and from my side, first of all, I want to thank you because it was a very unique opportunity. Of course,
No,
I would have preferred to be.
thanks to you that you have come in early morning because I know
Yeah, but I wish
in
I
your
could have come
side,
to visit you.
yeah.
Yes.
So
I mean,
that's
a few
nice of
years
you.
ago, we were with Deep Thailand visiting your country, visiting customers, and of course, it was much more fun to be really in India than to do it from my office. But anyway, it was a very nice
Yes,
opportunity,
yes.
and it's a very
Soon,
special one.
soon we will start traveling again and we'll meet again.
Please, and that's it will be a pleasure for sure.
Yes,
But
yes.
please, if there is any feedback you can collect from the webinar by
Definitely. I will
itself,
share
because
with it, Tanji, and
Yeah.
I will share the details of the persons who attended the webinar also with them.
yeah, because we want to make sure that we keep improving. I
Definitely.
suspect that it will not be the unique webinar we will have to do. So
Yeah.
the more we know about how to make it more interesting, more useful for the audience, the better it is. So really feel free to comment very openly.
Definitely. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't really know which is the next move. Should I have to do something, or are
We are
you
just stopping the
You have to stop.
now. Yes, leave.
okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you,
Bye.
sir. Thank you. Yeah, bye.
It has been a pleasure. Thanks a lot for the all of you.
India movement is creating a huge opportunity for the students, for the candidates, for youth across India to be able to grow their skills and hone their skills.
The skill upgrade is a very important factor in today's life. The way Skill India movement has taken shape, the way it is making the youth come out in large numbers and participate in competitions which go on to get us some of the best people from the smallest towns, smallest villages of the country.
Plumbing is not a very aspirational skill, but when they come and see competitions like this, the youth of the nation get motivated.
आज के समाज में किसी भी प्रोफेशनल के लिए स्किल नॉलेज से ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट और उसको अपनी लाइफ में सक्सेस होने के लिए स्किल का सहारा लेना ही पड़ेगा.
You would see here that the most of the tools, the equipment used in the world skill is here now. So we're exactly at par with the international standards, and the boys have done a good job. They're learning the tools.
But with the initiative of Government of India, now various schemes have come in and we can recognize the skill of the people that we are having in the field, and accordingly we are putting a level in it.
Participants who are participating here will be the ambassadors for the plumbing training so that they can take up this initiative at their local hubs, and definitely we can achieve.
It is not the general engineering that is what all these years most of the students are after, but the skills are going to be more important and they are going to give them a lot of good future.
They must be trained because the fight is across the world and we want to win. We want to keep India's flag flying high.
The flight of the Indian contingent after the India Skill competition will take off and it will land straight in Kazan in 2019. Kaushal Bharat.
Kushal Bharat.
I support Skill India.
Global plumbing market is expected to reach 112,427 million by 2023, growing at a CAGR of 6% year-on-year, fueled by higher investment in infrastructure facilities, rise in disposable income, and growing investments in smart homes and buildings. Asia Pacific is the largest regional market in terms of market share and is expected to exhibit a CAGR of 6.6% between 2017 to 2023, with India being the mainstay of the growth story. Indian plumbing market size is currently 53,000 crore rupees and likely to grow at a CAGR of 12%, approximately propelled by the encouraging steps taken by the government to help transform India into a global plumbing hub. World-class infrastructure. Indian government is planning to invest $1.4 trillion in the next 5 years. Smart Cities Mission. With a mission to develop smart cities across the country, making them citizen-friendly and sustainable. Housing for all. which intends to provide housing for all in urban areas by year 2022. 10 to 12 million houses in urban and 29.5 million units in rural under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Jal Jeevan Mission envisioned to provide safe and adequate drinking water through individual household tap connections by 2024 to all households in rural India. Sagarmala, Bharatmala, Udan, Atmanirbhar Bharat is the vision of the Prime Minister of making India a self-reliant nation by providing more support to Indian business for more growth.
हमें भारतीय उत्पादों को खरीदने वाले हर एक कस्टमर का दिल भी जीता। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स क्वालिटी में जितने बेहतर होंगे उतनी ही ताकत देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मिलेगी। आजादी के आंदोलन से लेकर आज तक फिक्की की भी देश की विकास यात्रा में बड़ी भूमिका है।
With this backdrop, Plumb Skills Expo has been mooted by the Indian Plumbing Skill Council (IPSC) and Chambers of Commerce and Industry (FICCI) to bring plumbing technicians and global industry under one roof to showcase the strength of Indian plumbing sector, transform India into a global plumbing hub, and bolster the Skill India mission.
बहुत मजबूत नींव स्किल इंडिया मिशन की इस देश में पड़ी है। भारत के इन प्रयत्नों पर भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर लोगों का आकर्षण बढ़ा है। रोजगार और उद्यम की सारी संभावनाएं यदि आज बनी हुई है तो उसमें स्किल इंडिया डिपार्टमेंट से, स्किल इंडिया मिशन से भी उनका सीधा नाता है।
COVID-19 has exposed us to unprecedented challenges, but also opened plethora of opportunities transpired by the paradigm shift in manufacturing, supply chain and services, where India plays a pivotal role as a solution provider for the rest of the world. Building on the opportunities and inspired by the clarion call of the Honorable Prime Minister of India to capitalize India's inherent strengths, the event aims at making Indian plumbing industry a mainstay for global construction sector.
They must be trained because the fight is across the world and we want to win. We want to keep India's flag flying high.
Plumb Skills Expo 2021 is being organized by a virtual platform, FICCI Bike, which will bring together participants, visitors, plumbing technicians, industry and other key decision makers from a diverse cross-section of the industry with a view to provide innovative solutions, identify new business opportunities, envisage skilling landscape and create an environment for exponential growth of the sector.
चलो काम करें, चलो काम करें, कुछ सीखें, कुछ नाम करें, चलो काम करें, चलो काम करें।
कि जो आईपीएससी ने आपके कंधों के ऊपर जिम्मेवारी दी है, आप उसे पूरा करेंगे। जय हिंद।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अनिल है कि मैं एक प्लम्बर हूँ। तो आपके लिए तुरंत मैं गंदे कपड़े पहने नल, पाइप, टॉयलेट ठीक करने वाला एक मजदूर बन जाऊंगा। लेकिन आज मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ। एक अच्छा प्लम्बर किसी इंजीनियर से कम नहीं होता। साहब लोग और समाज चाहे मुझे एक मामूली मजदूर समझे, चाहे किताब के लिखे फॉर्मूले ना मालूम हो, पर पानी का प्रेशर, ड्रेनेज सिस्टम, पाइप की बनावट से लेके उसके वजन तक का सब जानता हूं मैं।
जल्दी करो इसको, 1 घंटा लगा दिया। करना क्या चाहते हो तुम? पूरा दिन यहीं रहोगे क्या?
मजदूर नहीं हूं, मुझ में एक हुनर है। मैं सिर्फ टपकते हुए नल को सुधारना नहीं जानता, प्लम्बिंग के बारे में सब कुछ जानता हूं, सब बता सकता हूं। फिर मेरी इज्जत क्यों नहीं? ऑफिसों, घरों, बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंगों के बाथरूम सुधार के जो कमाता था उससे घर चलाता था। लेकिन मजे की बात तो यह है कि मेरे खुद के घर में बाथरूम नहीं था, क्योंकि रोज काम ढूंढना ही नहीं, उस काम की सही कीमत मिल पाना भी किसी जंग से कम नहीं था।
अरे कोई 400-400 नहीं है, ये पकड़ 200 रुपए, 100 रुपए ज्यादा दे रहा हूँ, जा ऐश कर।
एक दिन बड़ी सी बिल्डिंग में अपने ही जैसे कुछ प्लम्बर्स के साथ काम करके जा रहा था, तो देखा एक प्लम्बर आईपीएससी की टी शर्ट पहने वहां के साहब को कुछ समझा रहा था, और वो साहब भी उसकी बात बहुत गौर से सुन रहे थे। मुझे बहुत अजीब लगा।
सर, एक सेकंड।
मैंने उससे जाके पूछा, ये आईपीएससी क्या है?
इंडियन प्लम्बिंग स्किल काउंसिल।
Indian Plumbing Skills Council, NSDC, नेशनल स्किल डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन के अंतर्गत बनाई गई एक संस्था है। और एनएसडीसी सरकार और इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशंस की साझेदारी में बनी एक पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप संस्था है। प्लम्बिंग के काम में शुरुआत करने वालों को आईपीएससी आधुनिक ट्रेनिंग देती है और इसका मूल्यांकन करके सर्टिफिकेट भी देती है। और अगर आप इस काम में पहले से ही अच्छे हैं तो आपकी स्किल का टेस्ट लेकर सर्टिफिकेट भी देती है। पहले सीखे हुए काम को मान्यता देने वाली इस प्रक्रिया को ये आरपीएल यानी रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ प्रायर लर्निंग कहते हैं।
मैंने तुरंत आईपीएससी की हेल्पलाइन पे फोन करके कोर्स के लिए दाखिला ले लिया। आईपीएससी मुझ जैसे कई प्लम्बर्स को खुद के हुनर पे भरोसा दिलाती है और अपनी नई पहचान बनाने का मौका भी देती है। न सिर्फ काम बेहतर करने के नए तरीके सीखने को मिलते हैं, साथ ही सरकारी सर्टिफिकेट भी मिलता है। कोर्स पूरा होते ही सर्टिफिकेट के साथ ठीक वैसी शर्ट और आईपीएससी का आई कार्ड मिला जो उस प्लम्बर ने पहना था जिसकी बात वो साहब बहुत गौर से सुन रहे थे। आज मुझे भी वो सम्मान मिलता है जिसके मैं लायक हूं। जहां भी काम करने जाता हूं कोई मुझे मजदूर की तरह नहीं देखता। इस सर्टिफिकेट से मेरे हुनर को सम्मान भी मिला और मेरे काम को बेहतर दाम भी। अब मैं वो गंदे कपड़े पहने पाइप सुधारने वाला आदमी नहीं हूं। आईपीएससी ने मुझे मेरे हुनर को सही
Global plumbing market is expected to reach 112,000. global plumbing market is expected to reach 112,427 million by 2023, growing at a CAGR of 6% year-on-year, fueled by higher investment in infrastructure facilities, rise in disposable income, and growing investments in smart homes and buildings. Asia Pacific is the largest regional market in terms of market share and is expected to exhibit a CAGR of 6.6% between 2017 to 2023, with India being the mainstay of the growth story. Indian plumbing market size is currently 53,000 crore rupees and likely to grow at a CAGR of 12%, approximately propelled by the encouraging steps taken by the government to help transform India into a global plumbing hub. World-class infrastructure. Indian government is planning to invest $1.4 trillion in the next 5 years. Smart Cities Mission. With a mission to develop smart cities across the country, making them citizen-friendly and sustainable. Housing for All, which intends to provide housing for all in urban areas by year 2022. 10 to 12 million houses in urban and 29.5 million units in rural under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Jal Jeevan Mission, envisioned to provide safe and adequate drinking water through individual household tap connections by 2024 to all households in rural India. Sagarmala, Bharatmala, Udan, Atmanirbhar Bharat is the vision of the Prime Minister of making India a self-reliant nation by providing more support to Indian business for more growth.
हमें भारतीय उत्पादों को खरीदने वाले हर एक कस्टमर का दिल भी जीतना। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स क्वालिटी में जितने बेहतर होंगे, उतनी ही ताकत देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मिलेगी। आजादी के आंदोलन से लेकर आज तक फिक्की की भी देश की विकास यात्रा में बड़ी भूमिका है।
With this backdrop, Plumb Skills Expo has been mooted by the Indian Plumbing Skill Council (IPSC) and Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry (FICCI) to bring plumbing technicians and global industry under one roof to showcase the strength of Indian plumbing sector, transforming India into a global plumbing hub and bolstering the Skill India mission.
बहुत मजबूत नींव स्किल इंडिया मिशन की इस देश में पड़ी है। भारत के इन प्रयत्नों पर भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर लोगों का आकर्षण बढ़ा है। रोजगार और उद्यम की सारी संभावनाएं यदि आज बनी हुई है तो उसमें स्किल इंडिया डिपार्टमेंट से, स्किल इंडिया मिशन से भी उनका सीधा नाता है।
COVID-19 has exposed us to unprecedented challenges, but also opened plethora of opportunities transpired by the paradigm shift in manufacturing, supply chain and services, where India plays a pivotal role as a solution provider to the rest of the world. Building on the opportunities and inspired by the clarion call of the Honorable Prime Minister of India to capitalize India's inherent strengths, the event aims at making Indian plumbing industry a mainstay for global construction sector.
They must be trained because the fight is across the world and we want to win. We want to keep India's flag flying high.
Plumb Skills Expo 2021 is being organized via virtual platform FICCI Bike, which will bring together participants, visitors, plumbing technicians, industry and other key decision makers from a diverse cross-section of the industry, with a view to provide innovative solutions, identify new business opportunities, envisage skilling landscape and create an environment for exponential growth of the sector.
चलो काम करें, चलो काम करें, कुछ सीखें, कुछ नाम करें, चलो काम करें, चलो काम करें।
कि जो IPSC ने आपके कंधों के ऊपर जिम्मेवारी दी है, आप उसे पूरा करेंगे। जय हिंद। Okay, message. Message has come. He is coming. He is about to come.
Well, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible to everybody. Welcome, everyone. We hope everyone is healthy and keeping safe during these times of the pandemic. Well, good afternoon, namaskar, and a very, very warm welcome to India's first and one of its kind virtual global expo on the plumbing sector, the Plumb Skills Expo 2021. Jointly organized by the Indian Plumbing Skills Council, which is IPSC, and FICCI. Well, the theme of today's expo is Atmanirbhar Bharat, transforming India into a global plumbing hub through skilling and employment aligning with Jal Jeevan Mission. We all know how the plumbing industry plays an important role in providing jobs and livelihood to millions of people across our country. Through Plumb Skills Expo 2021, we aim to connect plumbing technicians from across the country with global industry. With a dedicated virtual exhibition showcasing products and services from more than 100 manufacturers from around the world, the Expo aims to reskill and upskill the plumbing technicians. The Expo will play a vital part on a platform, both buyers and sellers from across the globe, to identify new business opportunities and of water treatment and related technology. Inspired by and following the theme of Atmanirbhar Bharat and the Skill India mission, which was envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, the aim of this expo is to provide support and growth to the Indian plumbing sector and to provide a platform for skilled manpower in the country to be employed with both domestically and internationally. We'll begin with the inaugural session, which will be followed by the CEOs roundtable, where we'll have top CEOs from the infrastructure and plumbing fraternity to share with us their thoughts and expertise. So without wasting any time, let me first of all introduce you all to our esteemed guests who have already joined us for this inaugural session. For all our viewers, we are joined here by Dr. Mahendranath Pandey, the Honorable Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, who we are grateful to for sparing some of his most valuable time in joining us this afternoon. We also have with us Dr. R.K. Somani, Chairman of IPSC and CMD of HSIL Limited. Shri Uday Shankar, President of FICCI, is also amongst us this afternoon for this virtual event. Mr. Vinay Gupta, Vice Chairman IPSC and CMD of Bathline India Private Limited. Shri N. Rajiv, Director IPSC and MD of ESPA Water Systems Private Limited, Dubai. Major General T.K. Chadha, who is COO at IPSC. And we also have with us Mr. Dilip Shenoy, who is Secretary General, FICCI. I'd like to begin the program by first of all requesting Shri Uday Shankar, who is President of FICCI, to deliver the welcome address. Mr. Shankar comes with over 3 decades of experience in the media and entertainment industry, and until recently he was the president of Asia Pacific of the Walt Disney Company and the chairman of Star and Disney India, and he's currently the president of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Over to you, Mr. Shankar.
Thank you, Samriddhi. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. Dr. Mahendranath Pandey, Honorable Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Dr. R.K. Somani, Chairman IPSC. Dr. Manish Kumar, MD and CEO NSDC. Sri Vinay Gupta, Vice Chairman IPSC. Sri N. Rajiv, Director IPSC. Major General T.K. Chadda, COO of IPSC. Industry leaders, IPSC and FICCI colleagues, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all to the inauguration ceremony of Plumb Skills Expo 2021. A very special welcome to Dr. Pandey, Honorable Union Minister for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Thank you for joining us, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the plumbers and the sectors have played a key role in enabling day-to-day activities during COVID. I would like to recognize their efforts. Worldwide, plumbing is a vibrant and growing sector. Global plumbing fixtures market is projected to reach $112 billion by 2023, with a CAGR of 6%. High investment in infrastructure facilities, rise in disposable income, and growing investment in smart cities, homes, and buildings are expected to fuel this growth. On the other hand, the plumbing sector in India still remains unorganized. It is dependent on contractual and migratory workers. The Indian plumbing industry faces stiff challenge of huge gap between the supply of and demand for skilled labor. Building on the emerging opportunities, Plumb Skills Expo 2021 aims at exploring practical ways to take the Indian plumbing industry to new heights. It is a joint initiative of the Indian Plumbing Skills Council and Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry to bring the plumbing technicians and global industry players on one platform. The objective is to showcase the strengths of the Indian plumbing sector and highlight the potential for transforming India into a global plumbing hub, as well as bolstering the Skill Indian mission. This event is organized with the overarching theme of Atmanirbhar Bharat, transforming India into a global plumbing hub through skilling and employment aligned with Jal Jeevan mission. Even though this is the first edition, it has shaped remarkably well, and this has been possible with all your support. I compliment you all. The event showcases 100 plus exhibitors from a wide variety of industry segments, including manufacturers, professionals, service providers, stakeholders in the areas of skilling and training, and end users such as contractors, consultants, and infra companies. Buyers from 100 countries have registered to interact and network with the exhibiting companies. You'll be pleased to know that we have registered over 70,000 plumbers at this virtual platform. We are now introducing them to the digital ecosystem. Before concluding, I wish to acknowledge our partner, Indian Plumbing Skills Council and captains of the industry, Dr. R.K. Somani, Mr. Vinay Gupta, and the entire IPSC team for their valuable contribution in putting this show together. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Shri Uday Shankar, for that welcome note. Now, to set the tone of our today's event, I'd like to request Major General T.K. Chadda, who is COO of IPSC, to speak to all of us.
Thank you, Smriti. आदरणीय मंत्री महोदय डॉक्टर महेंद्रनाथ पांडे जी, प्लम्बिंग जगत के महानुभाव और सभी अतिथिगण, मैं आप सबका तहे दिल से स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं। आज के इस शुभ महोत्सव को आरंभ करते हुए मैं आप सबको ये जानकारी देना चाहता हूं कि इस महोत्सव के उद्देश्य और विशेषताएं क्या हैं। सबसे पहला उद्देश्य ये है कि प्लम्बर भाइयों का जीवन स्तर हमारे समाज में और हमारे देश में ऊंचा करना। ये तो एक ट्रेड है जिसमें फिक्की और आईपीएससी मिलकर इसको सफल बनाने के प्रयास में लग गए हैं। आप लोगों को मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारे मंत्रालय, जो कि हमारे देश में जितने भी ट्रेड हैं, उन सब के वर्कर्स को, उनके जीवन स्तर को ऊपर बनाने के लिए कार्यबद्ध हैं। चाहे वो कारपेंटर हो, इलेक्ट्रीशियन हो, या मेसन हो, या कोई और ट्रेड का वर्कर हो, और हमारे मंत्रालय इसके कार्य में पूरी तरह से लगे हुए हैं। दूसरा उद्देश्य ये है कि हम प्लम्बर्स को उद्योग जगत के साथ इस महोत्सव के थ्रू जोड़ रहे हैं। तीसरा, प्लम्बर्स को देश और विदेश से जो भी न्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं उनके साथ रीस्किल करना और अपस्किल करना। चौथा उद्देश्य है कि प्लम्बर भाइयों को नौकरियां और अप्रेंटिसशिप तक पहुंचाना और उन्हें हासिल करवाना। पांचवा उद्देश्य ये है कि भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए जो अभियान देश में चलाया गया है उसको आगे बढ़ाना। जल जीवन मिशन के साथ पूरी तरह से जुड़ना और प्लम्बिंग प्रोडक्ट्स की एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ावा देना। आप सबको ये जानकर अत्यंत खुशी होगी कि इस महोत्सव के लिए हमारे पास 1,20,000 रजिस्ट्रेशन हुई हैं, जिसमें 70,000 प्लम्बर भाई हैं और 50,000 स्टूडेंट्स और अदर कैटेगरीज हैं। हमने 80 ट्रेनिंग पार्टनर के साथ मिलकर पूरे देश में 160 वर्चुअल एक्सपो सेंटर्स तैयार किए हैं, जिन सेंटर पर ये प्रोग्राम लाइव दिखाया जाएगा और ये 4 दिन उसमें हर रोज दिखाया जाएगा, फिजिकल और डिजिटल दोनों तरीके से। हमें इस मेगा इवेंट का इतना ज्यादा रिस्पांस मिला है कि हमने निर्णय लिया है कि इसको 4 दिन की जगह अब पूरा 1 महीना चलाया जाएगा। ये 27 फरवरी को खत्म होने वाला था, लेकिन इसका रिस्पांस इतना अच्छा है कि हमने इसको 23 मार्च तक एक्सटेंड कर दिया है। आप सबको ये जानकर खुशी होगी कि जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को इस एग्जीबिशन के बारे में जानकारी दी गई और उनको ब्रीफ किया गया तो उन्होंने अत्यंत प्रसन्नता जाहिर की और आशीर्वाद के रूप में अपना संदेश भेजा, जो आज मैं आप सबके साथ साझा करूंगा और खास तौर पे प्लम्बर भाइयों के साथ हिंदी अनुवाद के साथ साझा करूंगा। प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं अपने संदेश में है कि इंडियन प्लम्बिंग स्किल काउंसिल और फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडियन चैम्बर्स ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री दोनों ने मिलकर प्लम्बिंग सेक्टर का पहला वर्चुअल ग्लोबल एक्सपो करने का जो निश्चय लिया है ये सराहनीय है। इस एग्जीबिशन का विषय आत्मनिर्भर भारत, भारत को स्किल और व्यवसाय के द्वारा ग्लोबल प्लम्बिंग हब में बदलने का बहुत ही सूझबूझ के साथ चुना गया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी आगे कहते हैं कि प्लम्बिंग एक ऐसा टेक्निकल ट्रेड है जिसकी जरूरत देश के बहुत सारे क्षेत्रों में देखी जा सकती है, चाहे वो कृषि हो या उद्योग हो या निर्माण जगत या मैन्युफैक्चरिंग। इन सभी क्षेत्रों में स्किल्ड मैन पावर की जरूरत हर दिन बढ़ रही है। हमारी सरकार ने देश को पूरी दुनिया का स्किल्ड मैन पावर बनाने का संकल्प लिया है। जैसे जैसे दुनिया में स्किल्ड मैन पावर की जरूरतें बढ़ रही हैं, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने अपने देश में ऐसे कदम उठाए हैं और एक बहुत ही मजबूत स्किल्ड डेवलपमेंट इकोसिस्टम तैयार कर दिया है, जो कि हम सब अपने देश में देख सकते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी आगे कहते हैं कि देश विकास की तरह आगे बढ़ रहा है और 21वीं शताब्दी के नए स्मार्ट सिटीज और ग्रामीण विकास की योजनाएं तेज गति से देश में देखी जा रही हैं। इन योजनाओं को पूरा करने के लिए आईपीएससी और फिकी जैसी संस्थाएं बहुत रफ्तार और शक्ति प्रदान कर रही हैं। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि ये एग्जीबिशन एक आदर्श प्लेटफॉर्म के रूप में काम करेगा, जहां पर टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट्स और अपना कौशल और अनुभव देश और विदेश के उद्योगपतियों के साथ साझा करेंगे। अंत में प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी ने इन शब्दों के साथ शुभकामनाएं दी हैं। बेस्ट विशेस टू IPSC and FICCI for their efforts. May the Expo be a huge success. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you, Samriddhi.
Samriddhi, you are on mute.
Thank you very much, Major General Chadha, for talking to all of us. And with that, I'm now going to move on to our next speaker. To present the global perspective, we have with us Shri N. Rajiv, who is Director IPSC and MD at ESPA Water Systems Private Limited, Dubai. And he is the Director and International Chair of IPSC, the Chairman of our digital initiatives, and is also the Managing Director of a Spanish group, ESPA, for Middle East and SAARC countries. He's a specialist in the global MEP sector and is also the ambassador of IFI, which is a global body of architects and designers with over 250,000 members, the vice president of the Indian Institute of Interior Designers, and a member of CEO Club Middle East, to mention just a few. So welcome, Mr. N. Rajiv, and over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Goyal. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Honorable Minister Mahendra Singh Pandey ji, Uday Shankar ji, A.K. Somani ji, Mr. Dilip Chennai ji, respected board members of FICCI, IPSC, the viewers, and friends of the fraternity. Gives me great pleasure to speak on the global perspective. Why? Because this project, conceived in less than 120 days and implemented under 60 days, has taken a mandate of skilling and employment across the plumbing ecosystem globally. The vision of our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi ji, to make India a global plumbing hub is becoming a reality. I would like to express the efforts of IPSC and FICCI, who we have all worked day in and day out, and today is a day of happiness. The industry being a source of jobs, of livelihood for millions around the world, we intend to take this event aiming at making the plumbing industry a mainstay of the global construction sector. Our own mantra, vocal for local and local for global, has a significance today for the local companies to have international presence. And this Expo's mission is cemented by our first Indo-UAE roundtable happening tomorrow at more or less the same time between FICCI, IPSC, and the Dubai-based Indian Business Promotion Council. With the supply chain disrupted due to COVID, this platform gains more importance considering that this is opening up 30 days of Expo. As mentioned before, 120 registrations from plumbers to plumbing professionals, global seminars, CEOs meetings, roundtable. The opportunities are endless, and we feel that we have been a catalyst to the whole process. Nothing is complete without figures because everybody likes figures. So if you take the trajectory analysis from 2020 to 2027, we find that the plumbing fittings and fixtures market is about 25.3 billion with a compounded annual growth of 4.3%. But when you analyze further into the bathroom sector, it says 5.3%. And the market talking of a volume of 41 billion. But again, if you look at the Honorable Minister Mahendra Diji's Twitter today morning, Indian plumbing market is 53,000 crores plus. And we are talking of a CAGR of 12%. So everything is positive. The COVID has laid us back a little, but we feel this Plumb Expo is the end to all the bad things and the beginning of new things. I take this opportunity to wish all of us the very best and hoping this Plumbing Expo, which we intend to have every year, progressing and becoming more and more efficient, to be a milestone in this field of plumbing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. N. Rajiv, for your address. And moving on In the interest of time, our next speaker is Dr. R.K. Somani, Chairman IPSC and CMD HSIL Limited. Dr. Somani was formerly, is an entrepreneur of class, and he was instrumental in bringing vitreous China technology to India in the 1960s, ushering a new chapter in the sanitary wear industry with iconic brand Hindware. So over to you, Dr. R.K. Somani.
Thank you, Ms. Goel. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you all a very warm and hearty welcome on behalf of Indian Plumbing Sales Council and FICCI to one of its kind digital event for the plumbing and water sector, the Plumbing Skills Expo 2021. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Minister of Skills, Dr. Mahendranath Pandeyji, who has been the guiding light for Indian Plumbing Skills Council. Mantriji, you have provided us immense support in all our endeavors, and your kind presence here is testament to your commitment toward developing our great nation into a hub of skills of plumbing. I take this opportunity personally to thank you. I also welcome Mr. Uday Shankar, President of FICCI, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, Secretary General, and many other friends who have joined us, and all my members on the GB. My friends who have joined us from across the globe, I welcome you all to witness history in the making. I am proud to share some statistics provided by my team in the last 1 hour. I would like to highlight these to you. Some of the figures have already been mentioned earlier, but at the cost of repeating, I would like to do this again. The total countries participating over 100 and registered attendees about 1,20,000. Physical participants about 11,000, digitally participants 1,06,000, plumbing technician assistants 76,041 students, and other visitors 41,325, training partners 78, virtual expo centers across India 297 and growing. COVID-19 has exposed us to unprecedented challenges, but also opened up a plethora of opportunities transpired by the paradigm shift in manufacturing, supply chain, and services, where India plays a pivotal role as a solution provider for the rest of the world. The window of opportunity is small, and I take pride in stating that we, Indian Plumbing Skills Council, have been very proactive and taken a positive step towards creating an effective communication and network event. Plumbing Skills Expo 2021 Global Plumbing Connect will act as a catalyst increasing the global presence of Indian manufacturers and increase the employability prospects of our workforce, not only in India, but the other nations as well. Moreover, this event will also act as a stepping stone for the international plumbing industry to witness India as an excellent market, understand India's strengths, and why India can become the biggest source or destination for plumbing products and skilled workforce in the world. World Health Organization has repeatedly stressed the importance of clean water, sanitation, and clean environment as a prerequisite to achieving universal health. The Jal Jeevan Mission Urban aims towards universal water supply in all to 4,378 urban local bodies with 2.86 crores household tap connections, as well as liquid waste management in 500 Amrit cities. This mission would be implemented over 5 years with an expenditure of 2.87 lakh crore. This shows the Indian government's focus and push towards this important subject, and we all must fully play our part in making this dream into a reality. I would also like to highlight as a part of the community, we all must come together, work together in ensuring that this precious commodity conserved. It's high time we focus on the concept of 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle water for the well-being of our planet and our future generations. I wish to thank all the sponsors, partners, supporters, exhibition, training partners, plumbing technicians, mentors, teams of IPSC and FICCI and the media that have come forward to making Plumb Skills Expo a huge success. In days to come, we all will witness exchange of information like never before, where the global plumbing and water community will be connecting under one common roof and platform. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Shri Somani, for talking to all of us here. And इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए अब मैं हमारे बीच प्रेजेंट माननीय मंत्री जी डॉक्टर महेंद्र नाथ पांडे, मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप से निवेदन करती हूँ कि वो हमारे आज के इस कार्यक्रम का इनॉग्रेशन करें अब।
उत्पादों को खरीदने वाले हर एक कस्टमर का दिल भी जीतना। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स क्वालिटी में जितने बेहतर होंगे उतनी ही ताकत देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मिलेगी।
बहुत मजबूत नींव स्किल इंडिया मिशन की इस देश में पड़ी है। भारत के इन प्रयत्नों पर भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर लोगों का आकर्षण बढ़ा है। रोजगार और उद्यम की सारी संभावनाएं यदि आज बनी हुई है तो उसमें स्किल इंडिया डिपार्टमेंट से, स्किल इंडिया मिशन से भी उनका सीधा नाता है।
थैंक यू। और इसी के साथ अब मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से ऐसा निवेदन करूंगी कि वो हमारे आज के जो शो है उसका सुवेनियर भी रिलीज करें। मेरे ख्याल कुछ टेक्निकल ग्लिच है, इसी के साथ आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर महेंद्र नाथ टू काइंडली एड्रेस आवर गैदरिंग हियर।
आज प्लम्बिंग सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल्स और फिक्की के ज्वाइंटली ये ऑल ओवर कंट्री और कंट्री के बाहर एक वर्ल्ड क्लास इस स्किल एक्सपो, ऐसा मुझे बताया गया कि 4 दिन के लिए होना था और इसकी पॉपुलैरिटी के चलते इसे 1 महीने तक के लिए आप लोगों ने अरेंज किया है। तो इस मौके पर आज इसके शुभारंभ के मौके पर मैं आज सबसे पहले जो महानुभाव जुड़े हैं, फिक्की के अध्यक्ष उदय शंकर जी और आईपीएससी के चेयरमैन और जिन्हें मैं बहुत रिगार्ड करता हूँ, हमारे आर के सोमानी जी, हमारे इतने सीनियर, इतने बुजुर्ग, हम लोग इतना ऊर्जा भरते हैं, और हमारे बीच विनय गुप्ता जी, एन राजीव जी जो अभी जो दुबई से जुड़े हैं, अपने बीच एम के गुप्ता जी, सीईओ आईपीएससी टीके चड्ढा जी, और अपने बीच फिक्की के सेक्रेटरी जनरल दिलीप चिनाय, हमारे यहाँ आईपीएससी से जुड़े जो हमारे साथ यहाँ से ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, हमारे मिस्टर वरुण टंडन और कक्कड़ जी, मेरी टीम के निखिल जी, हमारी टीम के सीनियर और हमारे आरती और सभी सहयोगी बहुत अच्छा संचालन कर रहे हैं समृद्धि। और जितने लोग इसमें जुड़े हैं देश के अंदर, देश के बाहर, उन सबको मेरा हृदय से सम्मान है और बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। जो मुझे जानकारी आप सब पूर्व वक्ताओं ने रखा कि लगभग प्लम्बर भाई हमारे 70,000 करीब 70,000 से ज़्यादा लोग जुड़े हैं, 50,000 स्टूडेंट हैं। तो आपके माध्यम से उनको भी अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और औपचारिक रूप से इसके शुभारंभ को करते हुए मैं आप लोगों ने जो थीम लिया है आत्मनिर्भर भारत के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, उस थीम के लिए विशेष करके आपने हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री, देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, विश्व के प्रिय नेता माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का बहुत ही प्रेरक संदेश आपने प्रेषित किया। सोवेनियर में भी आपने उसे आपने देश भर के लिए, लोगों के लिए स्थायी रूप से उस संदेश को रखा हुआ है। मैं इसके लिए आपको हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करते हुए आज मैं इस बात के लिए आपका वेलकम करता हूं कि आप लोगों ने जो मोदी जी ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत और मोदी जी का आत्मनिर्भर भारत का कंसेप्ट आज पूरी दुनिया बड़े ही आकर्षण से देख रही है, देश के लोग देख रहे हैं। वो आत्मनिर्भर भारत केवल भारत के लिए नहीं, भारत के अंदर तो हमारी समृद्धि हो ही, हर फील्ड में हम आत्मनिर्भर हों और हम इतने गुड क्वालिटी के और इतने उचित दामों के और इनोवेशन और हर फील्ड में इतने बेहतर करें कि हम दुनिया के लिए भी एक सक्षम आत्मनिर्भर भारत के रूप में प्रस्तुत हो सके। उसमें फिक्की जो उद्योग जगत की एक बहुत मजबूत आवाज है और हमारे डिपार्टमेंट से और देश के मंत्रालयों से जुड़ करके काम करने वाली आईपीएससी, एज ए मिनिस्टर मैंने इतने दिनों में जिन सेक्रेटरी काउंसिल के काम को नज़दीक से समझा है और निरंतर वो सोसाइटी के लिए और अपनी फील्ड में एक्सपर्टीज को और नए नए इनोवेशन के लिए, और ख़ास करके जो उसकी जड़ है प्लम्बर्स, उनकी लाइफ स्टाइल के लिए सबसे बेहतर जो काम हमारी सेक्रेटरी काउंसिल करती है उनमें से एक है इंडियन प्लम्बिंग सेक्रेटरी काउंसिल। इसके सोमानी साहब से लेके सारी टीम को मेरी तरफ से बहुत अभिनंदन है। और फिक्की अपने आप में, मैं तो प्रत्यक्ष भी आज फिजिकली भी उपस्थित होने वाला था, लेकिन मुझे बताया गया कि कुछ बंधु बाहर से जो आने थे उनको आने में कुछ दिक्कतों के कारण फिर इसको वर्चुअली किया। और आपके देश में बहुत जगहों पर आप जैसा मुझे बता रहे थे कि लगभग 150 150 से भी ज़्यादा प्लेस पर फिजिकली भी ये आज का एक्सपो हो रहा है, वर्चुअली लोग जुड़े हैं। निश्चित तौर से कोविड की इस कठिनाई में आप लोगों ने एक अच्छी पहल की है, बहुत अच्छी पहल की है। आज इस समय जो भारत के कई ऐसी फ्लैगशिप योजनाएं हमारी सरकार की है, मोदी पार्ट 1, मोदी पार्ट 2, जैसे स्मार्ट सिटी और प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना, जल जीवन मिशन, ये सब कुछ भारतीय समाज के जीवन को बेहतर उसकी क्वालिटी को बढ़ाना, उसको बेहतर जीवन शैली देने के लिए, और उसमें जल और उसकी प्लम्बिंग से जुड़े चीज़ों का कितना इम्पोर्टेंस है ये किसी से छिपा नहीं। और उसमें ये मुझे इतने लोगों को एक साथ जोड़ करके, और आप लोगों ने बड़ी संख्या में प्लम्बिंग से जुड़े लोगों का, क्योंकि मैं जब आपके साथ केंद्रपाड़ा के आपके कार्यक्रम में गया था और वहाँ पर आप लोगों की पहल को देखा, पार्लियामेंट में भी मैंने एक अवसर पर बोलते समय उसका जिक्र किया था, और आप सबके बीच में कई ऐसी पहलें जो करते हैं जो सीधे मोदी गवर्नमेंट की योजनाओं से सीधा आपका तालमेल है, क्योंकि मोदी सरकार इस देश में पहले की सरकारों ने गरीबी हटाओ, ये करो, गरीबों को ये सुविधा दो, बहुत पहले एक आप सुने होंगे 20 सूत्री कार्यक्रम चलता था, लेकिन वो सबके पीछे कुछ गरीबों को टुकड़ा देने का अभियान था, थोड़े से कुछ उनको चारा दे दो, लेकिन गरीब उच्च स्तरीय बेहतर जीवन शैली जी सके। ये पहल अटल जी के बाद अगर किसी ने सार्थक की तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 2014 में आने के बाद, मैं बातों को दोहराऊंगा, आप अनेक बार सुने होंगे, चाहे वो जनधन खाता हो, चाहे गैस का सिलेंडर हो, चाहे आवास हो, चाहे शौचालय हो, और आज हर घर नल और जल की योजना हो। ये क्या है? वो लाइफ, एक स्टैंडर्ड लाइफ एक अच्छी आय वर्ग का व्यक्ति जी रहा है, वो काम करने वाला कामगार भी जिए, वो किसान भी जिए, गांव में काम रहने वाली महिलाएं भी जिए। ये मोदी जी का विजन है, और उस विजन में प्लम्बिंग सेक्टर और फिक्की ने अनेक ऐसे अभियान लिए, और आज का भी अभियान उसको बढ़ावा देने वाला है। इसकी बधाई देता हूँ। और निश्चित तौर से मोदी जी अपने इन अभियानों के चलते कितना सफल हुए हैं उसका प्रमाण है कि आज कोविड की कठिनाई में भी किस तरह से देश को उन्होंने संभाला, और देश की जनता का अटूट विश्वास, अटूट भरोसा उन पर है। और मोदी जी इस बात के लिए जाने जाते हैं, आप सबको कितना इस पे ध्यान होगा, नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब गुजरात में, क्योंकि उनका संदेश आपने लिया तो मैं उनके जीवन के बारे में, गुजरात में जब उस पुराने समय में जब वो मुख्यमंत्री बना के भेजे गए थे, उस समय वहां की पोजीशन भूकंप के चलते गुजरात बहुत कठिनाइयों में जूझ रहा था। उन कठिनाइयों को संभालने के लिए गुजरात में भेजे गए, और उस आपदा को उन्होंने अवसर में बदल करके, जिस एरिया में भूकंप थे वो आज भारत के सबसे बड़े बेहतर पर्यटन केंद्र के रूप में, कच्छ का रण हो चाहे सारा एरिया वो विकसित है बेहतर पर्यटन केंद्र के रूप में, और रोजगार भी दे रहा है। आज उसी तरह से ये जो कोविड-19 जो परिस्थिति उत्पन्न हुई उसको भी अवसर में तब्दील किया उन्होंने, और आज आत्मनिर्भर भारत की स्पष्ट जो तस्वीर है, वो तस्वीर आज भारत स्वयं अपने बनाए टीका से भारतवासियों का टीकाकरण कर रहा है, और दुनिया के सुदूर ब्राजील से लेके पड़ोस के देशों तक 20 से 22 देशों को मदद में भी और सस्ते दर पर भी टीका उपलब्ध करा रहा है। जहां बगल के एक दो पड़ोसी देश इसमें भी व्यवसाय खोज रहे हैं, वहां वसुधैव कुटुंबकम सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सभी आरोग्य हो, इस परिकल्पना से ऋषि मुनियों की बात को चरितार्थ कर रहे हैं। और मैं आपको एक जानकारी शेयर करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि आप लोग प्राइवेट सेक्टर के बहुत बड़े महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ हैं और आप लोगों ने अपने जीवन में, चाहे अपने CSR के माध्यम से, चाहे अपनी संस्थाओं के माध्यम से, आपने अपने उद्यम के साथ साथ सोसाइटी की सेवा की। उन तक ये बात पहुंचाना मैं आज की इस वर्चुअल समिट से अपना कर्तव्य समझता हूं कि हाल के दिनों में राष्ट्रपति जी के धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव पर संसद में जवाब देते हुए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक जो वाक्य किया है, वो आज प्राइवेट जगत में, उद्यम जगत के लोगों के लिए बड़ा ही प्रेरक, मर्यादित, उनका उत्साहवर्धन करने वाला है। उन्होंने संसद के प्लेटफॉर्म पर कहा कि अब वो जमाना लद गया कि वोटों के खातिर, अपने पॉलिटिकल एजेंडाज के खातिर प्राइवेट को अवांछित शब्द बोलना, गलत टिप्पणी करने का युग बदल गया। अगर आज प्राइवेट का कंट्रीब्यूशन है तभी हम दुनिया में लोगों को टीका उपलब्ध करा पा रहे हैं। तो ये जो उनकी सोच है, इस नाते देश के व्यवस्थाओं में जो शासकीय तंत्र ने काम किया है उसका अपना महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है, लेकिन देश के तमाम आप जैसे इनोवेटिव आइडियाज के लोगों ने, नौजवानों ने, रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड लोगों ने जो काम किया है, उससे भी हिंदुस्तान भिन्न भिन्न क्षेत्रों में मजबूती से आगे बढ़ रहा है। और आज के इस मौके पर उन्हीं को आह्वान मैं भी करना चाहूंगा एज ए स्किल मिनिस्टर, एज ए स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्टर, कि उस ताकत को और आवाज देने की जरूरत है और इनोवेटिव आइडियाज को लेकर के आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है। और उस बढ़ने में भारत के अंदर हम लोग हाल में लगातार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जापान, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, जर्मनी, सऊदी अरब, इन सबसे यूज करते जा रहे हैं, पुराने यूज को रिन्यूअल किए हैं, उसको आगे बढ़ रहे हैं कि कैसे हमारी स्किल फोर्स को, कुशल कार्यबल देश के लिए और दुनिया के लिए, और खास करके दुनिया में एजिंग फैक्टर फेस कर रहे देशों में अधिक से अधिक भारतीय युवाओं को काम के अवसर देने के लिए, और काम के अवसर में आप जिससे जुड़े हैं उसकी अपॉर्चुनिटी ज़्यादा है। भारत के प्लम्बिंग से जुड़े स्किल वर्कफोर्स की डिमांड, उनका रिस्पेक्ट देश के अंदर, देश के बाहर, और इसमें मैं समझता हूं कि फिक्की जैसी संस्था, अन्य उद्यमी संगठन और खास करके हमारा बहुत ही रिस्पेक्टेबल IPSC, हमारा जो इंडियन प्लम्बिंग सेक्टर काउंसिल है, वो बहुत ही कारगर भूमिका अदा कर सकती है। मैं आप के इस मौके पर प्लम्बिंग एक्सपो में जुड़ने के लिए भारत ओवरसीज के सभी संगठनों और विशेषज्ञों को इस बात के लिए आह्वान करता हूं कि भारत की स्किल वर्कफोर्स को बेहतर से बेहतर गुणवत्ता देने के लिए और आप सब अपना योगदान करते रहें। इतने बड़े इस कोविड पीरियड में वर्चुअली और विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में फिजिकली इतने बड़े आयोजन के लिए आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। और स्किल इंडिया मिशन में हम लोगों ने हमेशा उद्योगों की एक साझेदारी को महत्व दिया है, और उस साझेदारी में आपकी भूमिका अपने आप बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। आज की इस आयोजन में इतने ज़्यादा नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल ब्रांड भाग ले रहे हैं, इन सबका बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। और आज जल जीवन मिशन जो भारत सरकार ने लिया है और उसकी जरूरत कोविड पीरियड में स्वच्छ जल और आरोग्य जीवन जीने के लिए जल की महत्ता, साफ सफाई स्वच्छता के लिए जल की महत्ता अपने आप में बहुत ही अलग से परिभाषित हुई है, उसको लोगों ने रेखांकित किया है। उसमें आप सब को मैं आह्वान करूंगा एक बार पुनः आप सबको इतने अच्छे आयोजन के लिए बधाई। मैं सोमानी साहब, आपकी, हमारी और आपकी टीम की चर्चाएं कई हुई, ये तो पर्सनल लेवल बात है, लेकिन मैं इस अपॉर्चुनिटी को खोना नहीं चाहता। आपने स्किल पर प्लम्बिंग का एक अच्छा इंस्टीट्यूट बनाने का सोचा था, तो आपकी पूरी टीम सुन रही है मुझे, मैं फिर से इनवाइट करता हूं। मैंने नोएडा वाला प्रपोजल उत्तर प्रदेश के चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब को रखा, माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को, कि सोमानी साहब, चड्ढा साहब, उनकी टीम चाहती है। उन्होंने मुझे क्यों लोग नोएडा में चाहते हैं, क्यों नहीं लखनऊ में चाहते हैं, क्यों नहीं और किसी शहर को अपनाते हैं, हम उनको जमीन बहुत आसानी से उपलब्ध कराने को तत्पर है। माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का ये मैसेज मैं कन्वे कर रहा हूं इस वर्चुअल समिट के माध्यम से। आइए, उत्तर प्रदेश इस समय देश के सभी राज्य, सबका मेरा अभिनंदन है, सब लगे हैं मोदी जी की $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी हिंदुस्तान को दुनिया में बनाने के लिए। उसका एक अहम पड़ाव है आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान, और उस पड़ाव में आपका इस सेमिनार भी एक कदम बढ़ाने में बड़ी मददगार हो रहा है, मददगार होगा। और 1 महीने तक ये सेमिनार चलेगा तो इसके मैसेज बहुत सार्थक जाएंगे। उसमें उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री ने निर्णय लिया टीम के संग बैठ के कि हम $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी में डॉलर की इकोनॉमी में $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी यूपी की बनाएंगे। और हाल में जैसे भारत का बजट अपने आप में आप सबने वेलकम किया है, और भारत के बजट के अंदर कोई कमी नहीं निकाल पा रहा है, और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की सोच इतनी पॉजिटिव है कि अभी तमाम उद्यमी संगठन आप सबके साथ उन्होंने हाल में कई सेमिनार्स के माध्यम से बजट पर पूर्णतः अभी संसद में पारित होने की सारी औपचारिकताएं जो होती हैं बजट सेशन के सेकंड पार्ट में, उसके पूर्व ही क्रियान्वयन की तैयारियों पर वो जुट करके, और पहली बार आप सब फील कर रहे होंगे कि बजट के बाद इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े लोगों के संग परिचर्चाएं करके कि इसका क्रियान्वयन कैसे हो, ताकि 1 अप्रैल से हम एकदम फास्ट मूड में आ जाएं। निश्चित तौर से आप में से कई लोगों ने उसमें, चाहे नेस्कॉम सेमिनार में, चाहे जिसमें कहीं ना कहीं पार्टिसिपेट किए होंगे, तो उसी तरह का मिलता जुलता बजट उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार ने भी पेश किया है, एक आगे बढ़ती हुई इकोनॉमी का बजट। तो ऐसे मैंने इस अवसर का सदुपयोग करने के लिए एक बार पुनः आपके आयोजन को शुभकामना, बधाई देते हुए मैं वेलकम कर रहा हूं कि आप उस प्रपोजल पर भी विचार करेंगे, और मैं उसमें आपको और अन्य किसी राज्य में भी देश के अगर आप बढ़ेंगे तो वहां भी हमारा डिपार्टमेंट MSD आपके साथ खड़ा रहेगा, क्योंकि आप हमारे MSD की एक गौरवपूर्ण सेक्रेटरी काउंसिल है, हमारे आप मजबूत स्तंभ हैं। और फिक्की को आपने जोड़ा और लोगों को जोड़े तो अपने आप में और ये सराहनीय कदम है। आज के इस आयोजन पर एक बार औपचारिक शुभारंभ के मौके पर एक बार सभी को शुभकामनाएं, और प्लम्बर भाइयों जो स्टूडेंट जुड़े हैं, जो इसमें फिजिकली और वर्चुअली, उनको आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सबसे अग्रणी दस्ता उन्हें बनना है, ये आह्वान करते हुए आप सभी को नमस्कार, सभी को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन।
धन्यवाद मंत्री महोदय, आपके प्रोत्साहन के लिए, आपकी शुभकामनाओं और सबसे बढ़कर आपके समय के लिए। आपने इतना समय निकाला और हम सभी से आकर बातचीत करी इस वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म पे, उसके लिए हम सभी आपके बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। आगे बढ़ते हुए vote of thanks के लिए I'd like to invite Shri Vinay Gupta, who is the Vice Chairman of IPSC and CMD of Bathline India Private Limited. And Mr. Gupta is a technocrat from IIT Delhi and started manufacturing premium range of tapware in Delhi. He's been doing it for the last 35 years now. And he's somebody who has been actually instrumental in making this event successful, and his contribution is valuable to develop Industry Connect. So over to you, Mr. Vinay Gupta.
You're on mute. He's where? Nobody's there.
Mr. Gupta, you're on mute. Yeah.
Honorable Minister Dr. Mahendranath Pandey ji, Uday Shankar ji, Dr. Samani, and Mr. Dilip Chunai. My friends and from the fraternity, colleagues and guests from around the world, I would like to start with a quote from Franklin D. Roosevelt: "The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts today." We at IPSC have always believed to explore the unexplored, think outside the box, and take the leap of faith, and we do not let doubts cloud our judgment towards making tomorrow even bigger and better. I wish to congratulate all those who shared the same ideology with us and have come forward to support our endeavor to connect the global community
through Plumb Skills Expo. I'm certain that the next session of Plumb Skill Expo will have even more to offer to all the stakeholders involved. I wish to thank Honorable Minister Dr. Mahendranath Pandey for guiding and motivating us to take this step forward. And I would like to thank again for even today offering us place in Lucknow and other places. We certainly would take the initiative, and we can assure you, sir, we would build up one of the world-class training centers in UP. Sir, you have played a very important role in making this event a huge success, and we cannot thank you enough for that. You also thank NSD for his valuable support throughout. I thank all sponsors, Hindware, Pidilite, Ashirvad, Apollo, Loctite, Wavin, Mondio, Henkel, Oriplast, KBL, Swiss, Ecoviva, Espa, Birla, HIL, American Standard, DuPont, Rohe, EPCO, Jaguar, Kitec, LP Walls, NSF, Grundfos, Solvay, LP Walls, CQ Skipper, Chitkara, Juliet, Stanley, George Fisher, Utkarsh, Bengal Iron Corporation, our skilling partners, Abyss, Virtual SaaS, Lebanet, Velour Fabtex, IAPL, Prabodhita Virtual Education Trust, NI, ADAPT, and GKITR. Our supporters, Indian Pump Manufacturing Association, IIT Kharagpur Foundation, USA, Institute of Interior Designers, CPWD, Indian Oil, Apna, Skill Reporter, National Skill Network, and all the training partners, assessment agencies without whom Plumb Skill Expo would not have been able to reach the level it has reached now. I may have missed out a few names, and the list is too long. I appreciate the huge amount of time spent and efforts of the IPSC Governing Board, the Digital Initiative Committee, Advocacy Committee, and the Secretariat in making Plumb Skill Expo a great success. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Vicky for providing exceptional support and making this event a huge success. With such an overwhelming response received, we have now increased from 4 days to 30 days. We hope that you all will utilize this platform in creating new connections, increasing discussions, interactions, knowledge transfer, and learning, and be able to showcase to more and more plumbing technicians from across the country. Last but not the least, I thank Dr. R.K. Somani, Chairman IPSC, for guiding us towards excellence in all our endeavors, including Plumb Skill Expo. We wish all the best to all the participants and hope to making the second edition of Plumb Skill Expo in February 22 even bigger and better. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Well, with that, we come to an end of the inaugural session. मैं आप सभी को बताना चाहूंगी कि के साथ अब हम CEO राउंड टेबल की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। माननीय मंत्री जी इसके संचालन के लिए अब मैं मेजर जनरल चंडा को हैंड ओवर करती हूँ सेशन। थैंक यू।
Rasam, you're on mute.
Automatically migrate to the other room?
We have to re-log in.
You have to re-log in.